Hello, welcome back. Streaming a bit earlier today. Thought it would be fine. Not for any particular reason, I just felt like streaming now. I did a little bit of crafting yesterday. Got all the parts for the next multi-block in question. Well, I'm still missing the controller. Wait, no, it shouldn't be. Yeah, it's just not pinned. Yippee. I was also thinking of upgrading the vacuum freezers. There's another upgrade to the upgrade to the vacuum freezers, similar to the Vulcanus upgrade for the EVF. But the liquid it needs during operation is a lot more annoying, and I feel like it's a bit overkill still. I suppose everything I'm doing right now is overkill. I'll see what I end up doing. Because at the moment the vacuum freezers are actually slowing down my crafting, and having them be much faster would naturally be nice. So the actual cost of the multi-block is about the same as a Vulcanus. Naturally it needs more casings because, yeah. But I guess it kind of makes up for it that it doesn't need coils. Something. But yeah, let's get this washer up. So I need the chemical bath. Other than crafting, I haven't really done any more planning for it, other than wanting to place it here. Suppose it's also a good time to get the EAF placed. That I'm adding another fella producing pollution. Not that pollution will be the majority, but just because ends up being quite a bit of pollution in this chunk. Of course it does dissipate over time, which is why I've been fine. The advantages of being on a 24/7 server, you can't just ignore pollution to a certain extent. Well, the reason why the other fellas on the server have been fine with completely ignoring pollution. I would never do such a thing. So since I do want to leave space for this, kind of close the energy hatches as well. Let me think. Or just something as simple as I place the energy hatches over here, the EF around the middle, below, and then the interfaces on the right. To make another port though. So I'm pretty sure this fella has one channel left. 2 channels. Yeah, I guess let's get started here. Not be too close. I guess it doesn't really matter because it's not like the assembler is going to be going over the line. It's guaranteed. Nor will the power need to go over that space. So I think it will be fine. Now, why do I want to place the muffler hatch? Fortunately, since it's like open-ended on the top, I can just like center it. So what would I do? Just like place it there or something? I'll place it here. Okay, should be the structure complete. There's no flares, so there can't be any mischief. Should also get... well, I'll do that later. I'll do that after. I'll just connect it directly to the main line. It's gonna be like one cable more expensive, but it'll look more uniform, I think. Hello, miss. How's it going? As for me, I'm doing fine. Just still a bit tired. But I suppose I'm tired most of the time. Thought I'd stream anyways. Seems like a pretty good time to stream. So I'm trying it out, seeing how it goes. be all powered. Even though it's part of the structure, it shouldn't actually need the water, it should be able to deal with that itself. I think it says in the description. Okay, it requires an input hatch full of water. Okay, I can do that. No problem. Oh, that's the server restart. I guess I'll wait. Could just do like a quad input hatch and have one of the slots filled with water. Something I could do. Just thinking about whether I should go for the pyrotheum vacuum freezers or if I should just double it and have 4 of them. If I do want to care about my power, I should get the pyrotheum ones. Actually, I need to make the pyrotheum first. Which is a bit annoying, because it needs you to get both bliss powder and snow powder. So you need to make snow, macerate that. Need to put blaze rods in a vacuum freezer. Then macerate them for the bliss powder, so it's just kind of... It's a lot more steps than the pyrotheum, essentially. Yes, I can show you. Yeah, like I'll be using this recipe. I have saltpeter and redstone dust already. The snow powder. Get from snow. This one's not too bad. The bliss powder. No matter what method you use, you're going to need a vacuum freezer for this. Or like a mob farm. Vacuum freezer is easier though. Like either you need to use a chemical bath with liquid nitrogen or bliss rods. Bliss rods need a vacuum freezer, and then liquid nitrogen also needs a vacuum freezer. So yeah, I'll have to make another one. First things first, let's actually get this going. Let's get that input hatch with water. Due to the unlikely nature that I'll actually need the third input burst, I could also just do a reservoir hatch. That would be the easiest. Because I'd rather not replace one of the casings, since I don't think I can recycle these. Even though I will be using one later, it's still pretty likely that I will forget this again. That's not good. It's really not good. Gross thorns. was close. Perhaps the soul jar would have been better. I do have one. Last time it happened, I just put them in the jar. I should really just set up a pattern for reservoir hatch. Especially with how easy it is. Well, I do need an EV input hatch. Like, it's not that complicated. Let's do one of those. One of those. One of those. So this will be 0, that will be 1. This one is on 4. The reservoir is in the assembler. That one was on 0, right? Yes. What can you go? You can go there. Oh, wait. These really shouldn't be expensive at this point. I think it's just like the nature of the reservoir hatch and the fact that it is built to be enough for like all the remaining stages of the game, having 2 million buffer that refills every 10 seconds, that it feels a bit overkill to use, but it's not like it's expensive. It's just very worth the price. It's essentially just all the water you could ever need. I have one on my mixer as well. It's a lot of water. So, will you fill now? Wait, what? How do your parallels work? Okay, I see. Quite simple. Did I just see... Actually, that was probably my healing. Yeah. Green 1. Let's just start with 1 for now. Put it there. I think I'll swap these actually. Put you there. Do one of those. Then large chem bath. Just make sure it is on that mode. Chem bath. And like I will also need fluids here. How many fluids actually? See what pipe I want to use. Then again, it's also just future proofing. How many fluids I'll need will depend on demand. I would hate to have the fluid be the thing that's stopping me. So that's not stuck. No. It's just slow. It's just running at non-overclocked speed. Recipe overall would probably finish faster if it was like running the ingots one by one, but it's really just a trade-off. You just kind of have to take a bit of a gamble with the bulkiness. They're more for bulk processing anyways, as it's just that my patterns are too small. Like, bulk processing just makes it slower if you need just one, but also makes you need to craft it less often because you'll just have a buffer. So while I only need one plate for one of these, now I will have for the next seven pipes as well. It's also slow in the vacuum freezer, it seems. Damn. I'm sure you can tell that. I'm sure you can see why the vacuum freezers are falling a bit behind. Like, this was just the two of the EBS working at half the speed they could be, and it's already overloading the vacuum freezers. Even if it was just one running, it would still be overloading the vacuum freezers. Really crazy. So yeah, just based off of that, I don't even think it would be enough if I made 4 vacuum freezers. I'm going to need the cryogenic freezers. So at least that doubt is out of the way now. Suppose I could also make a bit more use of the time and start crafting the parts I need to make the EAF. Then I will also need to run a whole new cable. Don't forget anchors here. The faces do not discriminate, so that would just break my entire system if I did that. Probably not a decent idea to run it below, but have it facing down, I'm trying to say. And I will place facades on the top. Like these. Then I need to go set up a new P2P channel. So I have P2Ps here, and I'll need a new controller. Due to my silly way I'm constructing my A2. Probably a bit wasteful, but you could also call it future-proofing. It really just depends on if it'll actually hold up. But placing placing all the P2P tunnels in their final position from the start does seem to be the good approach. Even if this is not the best way to accomplish that, it's probably better than what I would have otherwise done. This is... what do I call this? Still dim is disconnected, that's not good. Probably general... big room autocrafting, I think is my naming scheme. So you would be big room autocrafting 3. Let me just go down and actually look at the ones down here. General autocrafting. Big room autocrafting. Simpler net. General. Oh, not what I wanted to click with. You are only connected here though. So I should probably rename you to Big Room Autocrafting. Would just help with organization. Okay. You are General Autocrafting 3. Should also rename you. Do I even have a Big Room Autocrafting 1? I do. Which is... so check by output. One over here. One, two, three, four. I guess I changed you to 5. And this one to 4. And then I go set up one over here and bind it to 5. So, yep. Now let me go check on personal dim. Naturally, it's not good if it's disconnected. Are you disconnected? Are you power? Device online. Well, everything seems to be fine. You should be able to work now. I think I'll need the output hatch just now. So I just need to go collect this round of patterns. Pick you up. Put them here. I guess I have well, these two options now. This one out of the way, I could do the fluid shape or I could do the cryogenic freezer. Cryogenic freezer is higher priority. Well, actually no, this is higher priority. I should set up that EAF. Okay, so I'd want it here, I think. face this way and put HV. Do that. I'm working with live wires right now, so I should be careful. After all, I'm not quite fond of exploding. I'll set up a pattern for this. So wire mill. It's on circuit 4. Then I need this. Yeah, I guess keybind still work. Put you there. And get me some yield copper. Then I have my multi-block prepared here. It's been here for a while, so it's nice to clean up the space. And I'll probably just want to shove it in like here. It should do fine. Do that. And not maintenance hatch there. I can't get away with that actually. Just put the maintenance hatch on the top. It's not like this thing is going to be building up any crazy amount of maintenance anyways. It's going to be building up next to nothing due to how little it'll actually be needing to run. Always forget like the exact controls for this. That's not it. Do that, then I get a machine control cover. Enable redstone, safe mode. Are you an incomplete structure? It's because I can't place the maintenance hatch up there. It's like, that's the only thing yeah. Yes, indeed that. Okay. Well, I just do something like this then. You just give out pollution when you reach 10k. You can receive it. Don't think I need to do anything more actually. Let me just... If I set you lower to that, okay. Yeah, I don't need to do more. No, it power failed. Whatever will I do? Even though this thing literally only takes a fourth of a MB amp to run, still want to run like the full cable. Because transformers get a little bit silly sometimes and burn cables, send more amps than they need to, and stuff. Okay, that should be good now. Pollution is solved. No more stinkies. Even though there wasn't particularly much pollution in this chunk anyways. What's this one over here doing? Like these turbines are actually gonna last forever, it's crazy. Probably a bit overkill putting our Huracan in there, but like I'll be using EFs for a while. Like even this one, just with a steel turbine, this is the one that's responsible for dealing with all my EBF pollution, and it's still just fine. The only turbine that actually got low was the one I had in here. This one's also getting a bit low. because these are running quite often. Might be worth putting drone ports on these as well. Also the runs that have been built for the longest time, because it does make sense. Okay, so I need gelid cryothium. Let's just get it planned out. So I need snow powder, which I'd get from there and from there. And the bliss dust. I think I'm just gonna use the blaze rod recipe to do one of those and one of those. So I'll need 2 macerators, a flue solidifier, and a vacuum freezer. Hopefully my blaze rod should be refilled. Well, they're getting there. But them starting to buffer back up would also mean that, yeah, this is full. Hopefully it's not gonna lead to a problem, since like there's always the problem that if I don't have enough blaze powder or blaze rods on hand, that these could fail to function due to lacking their respective fluids. Because the cryothium needs blaze powder, the pyrothium needs blaze powder, and the cryothium needs blaze rods. But due to me keeping a massive buffer, and due to it not taking very much at a time, it should be fine. But still, where to put it? Because I need... well, like on top of the 2 macerators, the flue solidifier, and the vacuum freezer, you'll also need mixers and fluid extractors, and I'd want to scale it. Says, what's your favorite subject? I'm guessing it's talking about like school subjects, and honestly, it's been so long that I kind of don't have an opinion on it anymore. Not really typically the type of guy to have very particularly strong opinions to begin with. But I haven't really given it a thought for the longest time, so I really couldn't say. What I will say though is, why do you ask? Just a spark of curiosity. Let me calculate the ratio, so how much I actually need here. So I want to do like the same ratio. I don't really care as much about recycling machines as I did when I was building this. I suppose I only need half of the ratio too, because instead of planning to run 6 Vulcanus, you only have to plan to run like 2, maybe 4 cryogenic freezers. They consume the same per multi-block. Yeah, this is 250 per second. So, like, I should be able to make do with that. Considering that most likely the vacuum freezers will not run constantly, even with of all of the EBS running, I suspect I won't need to like make more than the 2, so really I could just be fine with one fluid extractor. And as for the mixer, actually for me the IV one, I'll have the possibility of recycling it for a mixer multi-block, but like it kind of also doesn't matter. I'm just like a bit scared of being wasteful, but it's not even that wasteful with the resources. Well, first of all, like I have all the resources on passive. They're being voided anyway, so I'm probably like voiding the equivalent of a HV mixer every few seconds. And on the other hand, like I can recycle it. I get some resources back. The only reason why I haven't is because I don't think it's worth the effort to actually recycle it, because I don't need the resources that bad. But that will also mean that, like, why would I care about the resources it takes to craft it? The only reason why I even care about them is because they take up space in my AE2 system. Like at that point I can just throw them on the floor. Don't have to care. I'm really just saying this because I feel like I need to hear it. Making... These are EVs, so making 10 per second of blazing pyrotheum, which is enough to run almost double this flat out constantly. Even though I have a massive buffer and I don't run constantly, so probably just like tone it way down for the cryothium. It doesn't really matter how like slow and how passive I make the process. It'll take up a lot of space anyways due to the fact that I need a whole ass multi-block for it. Vacuum freezer will still remain the most annoying. It's not that big, but like still, because I'm hoping I can fit it into this area here. And already, like the vacuum freezer would take up most of that space. Sure, I'll manage though. If I could just roll this setup onto its side over here, then I could maybe fit it in a 3x4. Issue with rolling it onto its side is that I'm using, like I need to access them for machines from multiple sides. Question is it even worth like tearing this up? It even work? Like I need to fit another 5 single blocks and a multi-block into the space, plus wire them up and power them. So it'd probably be better off just like using this space instead. It'll fit more comfortably. It'll look better. Like when I first made this setup, I was kind of thinking that it would just be a more temporary setup, and I would upgrade it to multi-blocks later. But why would I need to upgrade it to multi-blocks later? The blazing pyrotheum doesn't, like the blazing pyrotheum consumption doesn't scale with voltage or anything like that. It's just a flat number. This little setup here, making blazing pyrotheum, might be scaled for the rest of the game. All I know. So, like, I really shouldn't need to plan for making more. It's like when I'm at the point where I do, I can just like, I'll probably be at a point where I care much less about a lot of things. I'll probably just like slam it up in a corner somewhere. Also, blocks will be free at that point. Scale it that way. It's hard to say what the future will hold, but the fact that there is a chance that I will never have to expand my blazing pyrotheum production means that I probably don't have to worry about it. Anyways, I'm just pretty much yapping just to buy time at this point. I should just get started with this and plan out voltages for the machines. I do still want to like plan out the machines to make the wiring easier, like try to keep things on a similar voltage. Like even though I don't remotely need a like, I don't even want to go for an HMA machine because that's just so overkill. I'll just go for an MV. Then I'll go for an MV here because I'm already running an MV cable. Then I will need another macerator for this. Just tick it up. Then for the snowballs, HV, and that, and the big fella. So you can also do, well, I think I just do like one MV hatch on this thing. So I'll start with the single blocks. So multi-block will need a bit more planning, but I guess not that much more, to be honest. Because like I can recycle the casing, so I don't really care about overcrafting it by a smidge. Give me one of these. Should be pretty fast at this point. I think I have most of the steps in the processes upgraded to multi-block. Yeah, I even have the PLE upgraded now. This one, I think, it's down here. The nano CPU. And since I only need one of those circuits, I don't actually need to wait for the whole thing. Oh, nice. The one slow part is at the very end. So it's not bottlenecking anything else, it's just bottlenecking itself. That's one. On to the next. But I suppose the circuit assembler could be bottlenecking if I need more HV circuits. We'll just simply see. I don't have MV pistons. Because it does seem like a thing that I would overlook. Am I not wrong? New? Should be showing like blue X's. That is like blue check marks. If I have the recipe for it. I think I was just confusing myself a bit there. But a nice spot for it right there. Okay, we'll have to make some MV circuits. I'm through most of the HV circuits. I shouldn't bottleneck for too long. should have pumps. I don't really see how I could get around those. I guess I can work on the ball mold. Do have a sample, but I do also want to make a duplicate. Seems I'm still missing the motors. Probably because the motors I had were used for the piston and got like confused. And forgot that I would need motors for the machines themselves. That is like the downside with just requesting the parts per recipe like this. If it requests the motors before the pistons, you'll see like, oh, there's 2 motors. That's enough for the craft. And then the immediate next step will say, oh, it needs to make 2 pistons. So there's 2 motors, let me grab those. Instead of crafting new ones. Right, here's the button. Just checking if there's no pins hiding further down. I like to keep my pins tab clean. Also a bit of a pain if you like, if there's something that's pinned further down and you just can't find it as a result. Because if something's in the pins, it's not in the normal list of things. Like if I search for MV machine hall right now, there's not going to be anything. And even if you have your pins limited to only 1 row, it will still automatically put them in the next row if you're doing a craft. But like I would imagine that if you close the rows, that it'll reappear. Yeah, would make sense otherwise. Otherwise, like if you weren't using the pins feature, your craftable items would just slowly disappear. Right, no patterns. I'll deal with that after we like, get a general idea here. Yeah, I'll get the multi as well. It would be like frost proof. Do we have that? No. That's about time to make a pattern anyways. Let's go here, there, get this. Might as well get this one as well. Even if we'll have the ability for making like even if I have the ability for making the freezers, I'll still be using the vacuum freezers in most places because cryogenic freezers is just kind of overkill. And this time they're actually expensive, so I'd rather make it for bulk processing. You also want to double check that I did do the correct. Well, I would have to do the assembler recipe also, otherwise it wouldn't fit in this grid. Still, just confirming wouldn't hurt. And then there. It's just solid to solid. So honestly, just do LV. doesn't deserve anything bigger. Probably be to my detriment anyways. Perhaps I should do a ULV output bus. I think I will actually. Because while you can do a input limiter to limit it to only one stack, the only way to limit the output is by using a smaller bus. Just start making, what is that, EV circuits? So 27 minus 1 minus 1, 25 minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 21. Should be a good benchmark. Might need less than that, but not be needing more. And I'll see if I can get the vacuum freezer to be here, so it's like nicely centered. And see if I can fit the other stuff over here. Vacuum freezer is the start of a chain though, which does help. So I can put macerator here, output into that, get the other macerator, just have them side by side. It should help with powering. The advanced fluid solidifier can also just be right next to it. And then the mixer and fluid extractor I will put like on the end of the line. And this one also being the only machine that needs, but this one is the only machine that needs HV. So I want to put it like this. So then I can start with the HV and then just run a snake of MV over. I will put the output bus here. Don't need to filter it, but might as well. And this is 5 amps of MV. So I suppose I'll make an extra, making an extra transformer. So I'll be needing LEV to IV, IV to EV, EV to HV, and then 2 HV to MV. Then the input bus I just put on the bottom. Maintenance hatch should put on the top. And then see if I counted correctly. I should have counted correctly. Yep, I did. Oh nice, I can do basic arithmetic. It's always something. And as for the cabling here, want a output from both of these leading to the mixer, combining with some provided materials from the interface I have under the LCR here, which will supply this with everything, then it'll auto output into here, and then I'll shove it into another super tank. So get a a soup tank here. Well, I could just use a normal pipe. I don't really feel like dealing with all that. Even though there shouldn't be a problem, like in the fluid condos just being immortal to like temperatures and stuff. Like there might be a mechanic with the pipes freezing because this is 5 Kelvin, and I just don't want to deal with that. Then the water, I think I'll just place a reservoir here. Oh, it finished. I was tapped out. Do you not auto-provide? Well, I can't just place in the floor, place a pipe. That does make sense. Doesn't push into the machine, or won't push into the pipe either. It's something that actually pulls. And HV to MV there. And there. Then I will move this guy over here. And I'll get EV to HV. IV to EV. LUV to IV. It's a lot of transformers. LUV to IV, IV to EV, EV to HV, HV to MV, and HV to MV. No. This guy needs HV. It's one explosion prevented. It's nice. It's a good start. Yeah, I think... Actually, no, I think I will want to place... Where's my cable there? There's my 4 amp here, so output HV. To the extractor 3, your HV. So then connect you like that. And then take this guy, face him that way, break this block, and this block. And then connect this cable. one's HV. And all of these are MB. Double check. Pretty fond of the solidity of my base, so I'd like it to not explode. Call me paranoid, but you can't argue that my base hasn't exploded yet, because like that's just a truth I've managed to avoid that pretty well. I do say so myself. So far, at least. Now you should actually be making... No, you're not making snowballs because you don't actually have power. You're connected, but I haven't connected the start of the process. Hello, Shadow Wolf. How's it going? Actually, I think I will move the input over there. Should be better. Get some more of these. Should be the last I need. Oh, I am also doing good. I'm setting up some gelid cryothium right now for a vacuum freezer expansion. MV energy hatch, output MV. That is in fact MV cable. So that should be the power dealt with, other than need to connect the beginning. Like fully connected just yet. We'll get the cable up to it. I'm gonna double check my transformers first anyways. IV to IV, IV to EV, EV to HV, HV to MV, to HV, and HV to MV. All facing in the correct direction. The output, some of these need order outputs, so this is solid order output, and this one also needs a solid order output. So the way these machines are facing, we'll face them out both sides. So those are unused phases. And then I need the item logistics. So it should really just be, first of all, what's my output channel here? Ground. I also need a filter on everything now that I'm running more things on the same line. Oh, thank you for the follow, Shadow Wolf. Appreciate it. I think I would face you this way. I need the blaze rod input there, so I'll actually need 2 filters for this setup. Place one there. Blaze rod, insert on ground. And place one here. Insert on brown for saltpeter, snow powder, redstone, and blisters. Then here, just extract, extract. Phase the natural outputs away in case they'll interfere. Then I'll just want to connect it to this line. Then it should spur into action once I add all the things that will be passively provided. And naturally also when I connect the power. Already got redstone. Let me just confirm my saltpeter does seem to be passively produced. Might be a bit slow. Pretty sure I'm producing it from the salt root. Yeah. It is the rarest output, but I'm not using it for anything else. Should be good. Then I'll need a facade, but I'll deal with that after. First of all, let's see if everything's going to the correct spot. Redstone. Still, you need the rest of the stuff. So why isn't it going? I put a extraction filter for whatever reason. Why do I need this? Oh, I do in fact need that, which means I'll need a advanced filter to get more slots. But yeah, I need that because this interface is being used for recipes as well, and if it didn't have that, it would be taking the stuff that's meant to go in the LCR. Which I guess it actually still could be doing. If the LCR recipes need any of the listed items, then it could be a problem. But like then again, does this guy actually... There's no patterns in this guy. And my auto crafting one is over here, so no, I in fact do not think I need this. There's not going to be anything coming through here that's not already being filtered. Each of the inputs. So yeah, now it's working. Let's connect up the power and hope it doesn't explode. Kaboom. Nice. No kaboom as of yet. You're making your bliss, you're making your snow. Nice. Didn't pay particular attention to the throughputs for these. So that should be fine, because like it's overclocked. This one isn't overclocked. So it should be fine. Like this is just a passive process anyway, so it doesn't have to be super speed. Alright, that's done now. Just need to provide the gelled cryovium to my network. So I'll be needing a fluid storage bus. Oh my god. But yeah, this is definitely a much better way of doing this than trying to cram it into the same space. Because by the looks of this, I don't think I would have been able to. Maybe if I'd, well, like one thing is just thinking about like whether I can technically fit it, but like with the cabling, considering it's gonna be above the surface, it would look terrible no matter how I'd manage to put it together, if I even could manage to put it together. Because like most of these machines, you need multiple faces. You need to interact with multiple faces, which might not be comfortably possible. And then I'd want my conduit facade, whatever. I'd imagine that one of the pronunciations is the American version, the other is it like the British version, like the European version, however you describe it. Basically the non-American version. Those goobers over there just want the language special, or something like that. That American exceptionalism, I think it's called. Nice. But yeah, like it's vast enough that the fluid extractor is running flat out, and that's all I need. Because that will be enough to run the cryogenic freezers. Now, speaking of the cryogenic freezers, I have to actually make those. Would pose a bit of a issue potentially. I'll have to plan these out. The input bus I'd want in the middle, because it's just easier that way. The output bus I can place one on each side, which means that I can wall share 8 of the casings, so I'd need 12. Then the rest I'll just fill up with whatever hatches I can find. Because these casings are expensive. Very much so. Then I'd also want... Just remembered I also need the cryothium input hatch, which I'd also want to place in the middle. But since it like requires a casing to craft, it can just evens out in terms of the casings, which means I'll actually need what, 2 more? And then one of these. Cryothium cooling hatch. These also have muffler hatches. These actually produce pollution, which causes a even bigger problem because I don't have pollution cleansing in that chunk. And I wasn't planning on it because I was hoping I could avoid it. So yeah, that is a bit of a problem. But still, there's not much to do about it except just make a EAF. I do have a spot for it under this roof. I just actually connect it to the main power grid. I don't even have to worry about problems with expansion. But even while I'm at it, move the other EAF down to this layer and run it off with the same power line. I do have a few options here. If I want to go about this. I think... Well, first of all, I can request a EAF. Whether I know I'll need it is at some point. think I'll try to place it like near the chunk border here, so that I could, if I'd want to move the EAF that's up above in this chunk, actually down to the layer, so it's next to the thing that's going to be producing most of the pollution, then that process would be easier. So I want to run a cable along here and like have them situated back here, the center, well, around the, what would you call it, about the like the divider, I guess you could say. Yeah, put the muffler hatches on here as well. Let's just get back to this maintenance. Just take them directly off of this. As for the rest of like the hatches and buses, I already have that dealt with. I'm gonna be placing it in the same footprint too. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. I'm back. All right. Still chugging along. Guessing most of these alloys are gonna be new once more. I mean 956, I don't have that. Tritium I do have. Nothing else there. Nitinol I do think I have as well, at least one kind of nitinol. Yes, I do have nitinol. Do I have a rotting steel 2500? I do. Oh, nice. So just need to make this one. More yttrium. But the volcanicist did also need yttrium, and I made a surplus. So it won't be a problem here. But still, it just makes it even more expensive. So I can't automate yttrium yet. I just don't think so. Maybe there's a way I can get rare earth automatically. Probably is a way to do it with blood magic meteors, but probably smart enough for those. I kind of despise automating magic mods. The last, nothing to do except just get started with the patterning. So you are circuitless. I want this recipe and make it like that. Check the craft time. Good. Can set you to 8. 16 should be fine. Just slap those in. So it is circuit 0. Do we have like a designated spot for that? It's like that. That's like separated. Still at circuit 12. Down here. Could just be that I separated the cringe alloys from the normal ones. No, it does seem like I'm using this spot for circuit 0. Then put you in EBF. Which one should I put you in? The top one, definitely. I can do this 2 at a time. Yeah. But also need to expand that. So I need to do the more routing steel 2050, 2500. That's 250. I'm just saying the wrong thing every time. It's crazy. 250. Where are my gears? Here. Also need to get this coolant, which needs liquid helium. And I'm probably just gonna manually craft that, because I don't feel like making a passive system for that, nor a autocraft connected vacuum freezer. Probably will eventually, but do not feel like that right now. That's a good amount of helium. Do you even have a vacuum freezer that has the fluid capabilities I need? I think I do. Actually, no, you don't. Oh, you do need a vacuum freezer. Yeah. Just for the liquid helium. This is also a long recipe, which makes me want to do it over here. Let me turn both of you off. Then just pick these up, get some fluid hatches. One of each at HV tier. I'll slap those on, get the recipe started, and then pick it up later. Turn these back on. And then just get this started. All I need, I'll first go to the correct terminal. Will I need anything here? No. Yeah, I need double Grisium plates. And what else? Need beefier cells as well. Just make them from scratch. And that was in circuit 1. And hopefully I have enough sodium potassium, but I doubt it. Yep, I do not. I'm still delaying making that, so I'll just make another batch. It will come back to bite me later, but I should just like put it up as a reminder. Should be the best I can do. So sodium, potassium. Need to solve that. Really doesn't need much, and I can probably cram it into this spot here. Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I probably should have put all these like single block contraptions up in the other place up there. But then again, like it's more power efficient if I have it down here. It's not like it looks awful. Would look a bit out of place if I didn't also have other single block contraptions. Like the flatline, for example, has a bunch. I think it's fine. As it stands right now, my opinion is the only opinion. No one else here. I actually have a batch going that I forgot to collect. That does seem like something I would do. It helps me now. So then, here's the recipe for the HE coolant, Michael Jackson coolant. Would also be in the fluid canner. Did I have everything now? I do. And for this one, I also do. And I think for this one I do as well. Nice, nice. All of those have to go in the molecular assembler. But still, I can't really start the craft before I have. Well, actually, I can start it. I don't have to start all of it at once, but I can get started. I can start with these, for example. Right, so I need polyvinyl chloride for this. As for which part needs that, actually probably the data orbs. It seems like everything that would need polyvinyl chloride. Besides, it says I can craft those anyways. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it. What hair like needs that actually? check something else. Do you need polyvinyl chloride? Let me make 2 so it like adds up more. Don't seem to need that, so it's something for this specifically. What? So this is a bit odd to me. It didn't seem like anything in here was gonna need that. Circuits are not going to need that either, because I would have run into the problem already. Surely. But it could maybe be that the CPM circuits need it. But still, I do doubt it. Quite odd indeed. Could it be needed for plastic circuit boards? No, I am using a different recipe for those. Maybe it's for big ones. No. Confused. Like, what even needs polyvinyl chloride? Why is it needed for this? I guess I can see here. Actually using this overview for its intended purpose. It's a bit of a change of pace. I'm only using polyvinyl chloride for my SMD capacitors. Polyvinyl chloride, even like the one I'm not making. Which one is that even? Oh, that's polystyrene. Why am I out of polyvinyl chloride? Should be one I'm making. Is this guy? No. Weird. Well, let's run down the line. Suppose. Needs vinyl chloride. So it would be over here. So, isn't this correct? It is, so it must be turned off. You only turn off if there is polyvinyl chloride in the network. So shouldn't there be polyvinyl chloride in here? There is. What is wrong then? Do we not have a recipe for polyvinyl chloride sheets? We don't. Have I just been going off of a buffer for like the longest time? That would be quite impressive. Yeah, that's very odd. Not a serious issue. Just need fluid solidifier. Only because the plate mold is disconnected, it's just never been there, I guess. Very weird. But at least it works. it as a bit of a silly animation. I suppose that is something along the lines of how it would actually look. They're still not quite. It would be more that the laser would be moving around, so it's always pointing straight down instead of being at an angle. It would cause imperfections and probably ruin everything. That's probably mostly why I think it looks pretty silly when it's just waving around. Is it actually like following the shape? Be cool if it did. Like making an M right now. Maybe just a zigzag. You there. Should be able to craft the liquid hatches now. Oh well, the liquid hatch, just one. Suppose that's too much to do other than just waiting now. I suppose you also need an extra output bus. I could craft that. Still, it's not using all the EBS. Because the flute is full? No. Like, you should also be trying to get in, but still it's just not buffering inside of them. It's very weird. Did not highlight a hatch, what the hell? Try again. This one. Optimizing these EBS is just such a pain. It'd definitely just be easier to have a dedicated EBF stack for both circuit 0 and circuit 11. But I guess if it's circuit 0, I could just throw it in the same place actually. Let me see, are they all circuit 0? I guess it's hard to tell just from that. Like the only real reason why I have a problem with mixing circuit 11 and circuit 0/circuit 1 is due to if there eventually is a need to separate the two. I'll have to look for every recipe manually. Hmm. It just sucks to be stuck on the bottom extended part of the search list on Twitch. If you have just 2 viewers, you get bumped out to people actually see you if they just like scour through instead of having to like open up I'm below even the people that are playing a different game but just have the GTNH tag. There's just no traffic coming through. It's a bit unfortunate. This is almost done, at least in terms of like the amount of boxes filled out. Still need to make all the circuits. I'd rather wait with starting the casing until... Actually, I guess it doesn't matter. The casing is not gonna like do anything to the multi-block. It's just if there's some casings missing, make some more. I think I can start the casings as well. What are they called? Aerogenic casing. Make 14 of those. Do Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I forgot to take into account that I need helium for those as well, so I need to make some more. Another 18 cells. Perhaps I should leave the fluid hatches in there. No. Well, I can leave the fluid hatches in there until I do the renovation, upgrading it to the cryogenic ones. Because once I have the cryogenic freezer, I can't afford to take up valuable space with some random fluid hatches. And besides, at that point, I should be fine to just only place them on one side if I need it. At that point, I should be able to get away with just leaving it there. Not now, though. Suppose I might also be able to use the downtime to actually set up sodium, potassium. It's really just two machines. Run both of them at MV. Just strap them onto this spot here. Run them off of that interface. Place them like there. But yeah, I should probably get the sodium, potassium. They have the time here. Just need, should run it at HV, I think. Oh well, if I run it at HV, I can run off of that cable there. You should have enough. Like this will only take 1 amp, so there should still be 3 amps available. Let me get one of those and one of those. I'll probably not really be able to make it right now because my system's ability to make circuits might be occupied at the moment. then again, I'm still making the nano processors in my EV circuit assembler, so I actually have two different ones, so I don't actually think it'll get stopped. It seemed like I got everything. Missing the pipe for whatever reason. Missing automation for the can full of wires. But then again, like, I should probably just go grab the machine here anyways. This one should be a HV. I don't think I'll be needing it for anything else. Dude heater is not really the most used machine. I don't even know if I have used it for literally anything else yet. This, put it in there. Cryo, oh, it's not AC. Cryo. Up 14 of these, got everything for that. With my machines. I think I'll just place them here and there. Then I'll need a EV to HV transformer. Still just waiting. Should still be crafting for a while. Gonna be locked until until the stainless steel is done. Stainless steel for the transformer will get finished in the same batch. So both of these should be HV. Transformers done. HV. This is EV to HV. Then I face you that direction. Get a HV cable. Should also remember to paint these over here. We first connect this to be good. Considering it hasn't exploded, it would appear to be good. I think HV is brown. Yep. So get this one and a sneaky one in here. And then MV is gray. Get all of these. Nice. So I just want to go get the rest of sodium potassium just so it's cleared out. Those are almost done. So then for this, just want to put sodium on one side, rock salt on the other. But I'll also need the output as well. I guess I could just put that over there. Super tank is definitely excessive for this, but like, is it too excessive? Like maybe it's too excessive. Yeah, I think I'll scale down a little bit. Tank. How about like 256? Should be easy to make. I'm trying to make a pattern right now, trying to craft. Hopefully, no, the all in use. That will take a while. Oh, never mind. Had all the resources on hand, didn't need to use the EBF. Oh, I guess that's the first one of these I've made. My soup tanks have just carried me for so long. So on this side, really, I can just run a cable from over there, save a facade. This I can disconnect just for simplicity. And here I will need a filter first of all. Also want to confirm, do I have enough space? I do, just barely. So I want a filter in here with sodium. Then auto output over there, fluid. Also want to add sodium to my list. And then rock salt as well. Get me a filter. And now, as soon as I add these, that should be sodium potassium being made. Right. Yes. Nice. Then let me get a fluid storage bus. This one will most likely need to use the EBS, so it will be a while. I suppose once everything on one side is done, which it does seem to be now, it'll be able to be let through. Besides, I think most of the ingots are actually done, they're just waiting for the vacuum freezers. Like, particularly the Grisium is just so slow in the vacuum freezer compared to the EBF. It was actually due to the Grisium that I decided that the vacuum freezers needed a serious upgrade. Because this thing, as you can probably tell by the color, needs a lot of Grisium. Why am I hitting a zombie? Is there a cave somewhere here? Could just be the warp as well. So up here should be more proofed. But there could also be a space above. Should have already lit up most of these caves though. It's not like there's anything better to do right this very moment. Oh, this looks unlit. Oh. The surface actually. It's a pretty open cave. The direct. Like, what am I even doing at this point? Am I raiding caves? Yes. 7 out of 10 cave. Love the aesthetic. The ambience was great. Food was terrible though. The air quality was horrendous. Considering the single lightning strike, it seems someone just got smited by a mob. Okay, so let me just boop, boop. This should go in here. Yep, 140. Yep, all of it is in there now. Very nice. It's probably just waiting on the Acanthosis at this point. Well, not completely, but more or less. Let's see how much is left in here. It's just running on circuit 1, so this is actually the last patch. It's a very time consuming ingot, Jesus Christ. 142 seconds. Good thing I didn't need much of that. Actually so bored, I'm just checking for maintenance issues. But hey, at least the thing I'm actively working towards is the thing that'll cut down the wait time. So it should hopefully be the last time. Hopefully. And it would only be the last time I'm waiting for this specific thing. But still, it's a step forward. I should probably also check. It don't seem like the kind of multi-block that would have like specifications at all. But I still just want to check. And my theory or hypothesis, whatever the correct word is, was correct. Or I guess it's more of a prediction. Well, might as well take a look around. Maybe I can go creeper spotting in PM space again. Do a little bit of a silliness since he's streaming. He knows my tricks now. He knows about my creepers and I don't really have anything else. Of course, it's creepers that won't explode, I'm not a creeper. They are still here, good to see. Seems he noticed me. Acting like nothing happened? Okay. I don't know if he was just hiding that in anticipation or if he just ran up there the second I came by. This is still very poorly mob-proofed. It seems that he's still very accepting of the creepers. Embracing them even. Damn, and spying on me. Maybe a bit of camouflage could go a long way. suppose with the... what's the range of this thing? Powered 160, that should be the radius. Yeah, the base should actually be mob proof as long as this thing keeps running. All that to avoid placing like 12 torches. It's crazy. What's this? A shower? Use of oil shower. What the hell? Always so interesting coming here and seeing the inner works of PM's Mindscape. With holes in all the walls, and the floor. Really tell that he very much likes pipes. Lots and lots of pipes. Good amount of these are probably just like pipes running power. He just hasn't torn down neither the creosote or the steam. Pretty silly if you ask me. It's crazy. He would have to turn off the screen capture when looking at like 50% of his base as well. It's not like the pipe spaghetti is limited to just the lower levels. An oil cracking unit setup. A distillation tower to go along with it. Probably be up here. Yeah, it seems this one is doing... no idea what oil that is. I don't have to memorize. I haven't done oil processing in a while. Oil distillation. That is some dirty water. Holy crap! It's actually like almost black. Jesus, that's just from pollution. Suppose it better be on my way. The casings might be done by now. Nice, they are done. Let's turn these off. Where is this quest actually? Once again, I don't really think I have much of a incentive to keep these. As I can keep up. Do I... That's a compressor. Did I get the big fluid extract? I did, right? Yeah, over here. So this should be able to just churn through this entire craft. And it should even put it in the correct spots. I guess I will be making use of it. You've probably done this with the Cryo theme I got as well. But oh well. Yeah, because I do have it as a priority input. Already. Guess it wasn't fully done. Hopefully I have everything I need. Would be a bit hard to go back now. Oh no, this titanium is just from my my passive processing. It's inevitable that that would build up. Dang it. Fuck, I forget the filter. Well, not that, like I forget. I remember that you do it like off of Ore Dictionary of like Ingot Heart. I don't remember like the special characters you use to frame it in. Expecting to keep its info, but maybe that was a bit too idealistic. Let's try this. Actually, what's the exact capitalization? Okay, lowercase ingot. Asterisk. Because I think that should like make it ignore anything that comes after it. Let's see. Put the input bus here. Facing down. Seems to work. Okay, well, hope it works as well as it seems to. And then the output buses can go here and here. I'll need the gelid cryophthium over as well. I guess the orange filter is a bit less thematic now. But it's not like it needs to be thematic. Okay, please don't explode my pipe. Like freeze my pipe. Okay, it does seem like there isn't a mechanic for liquids being too cold. That's good. And I'll place my cooling hatch here. And connect it. Would I want to do this? Yes, I will do one of these. Run it in through there. Okay, seems to work. Rather, it will work. There's no way it's not gonna work here. Okay. Then might as well just tear down all of this. Not the energy hatch. That one can actually stay. When I said all of this, I didn't actually mean all. Just the frostproof machine casings. Then I place these. I'll be able to fit in 7 in the center block. And I need 6 on each side. So I actually crafted one too many. Not 6 on each side, 3 on each side. About the one I crafted too many, it's just too bad. Nothing to do about it. That's the first one. I forgot the muffler hatch. Still, it's just a bit odd to me that a vacuum freezer needs a muffler hatch. I suppose that's the world I live in now. Good. It is a bit of a shame of this. But what can you do? Just sit in there until it needs to be used. Nice. Very nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you, PM, for the raid. I think I had my chat closed. Sorry about that. I forgot to open it after using my browser. Because you see, I have my chat on my second monitor, like on top of my my Spotify, and like layered application, layered tabs. So it was covered, and I didn't have my Twitch stream open either. So I did actually miss it. I do deeply apologize for that. Thanks for the raid, though. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know. I'm interested in seeing what song is currently playing, even though when I'm playing lo-fi, all the songs pretty much sound the same. So I don't need it. Yeah. But like, if it was just music for me, I would be playing different music. This is also just music for the stream. Well, it's mainly music for the stream. But yeah, I do need a little something. We have a screaming beaver. Is that like a song? Your like song request or something? Or is that just like your preferred music choice? And what the hell do you mean by you have a screaming beaver? Anyway, screaming beaver aside, the cryogenic freezers are fully up and running. At least they should be, if they won't explode. So, yippee. Oh well. Sure. So are you just playing that non-stop during your stream? Is that what you're trying to say? It's a bit of an odd choice, but okay. Yeah. Cryogenic freezers. Oh, I see. A bit of a wake-up call. Just wakey. It's time to... it's time to react to a raid. I haven't really set up alerts too much. I'm kinda just using whatever I had from 3 years ago. So it's pretty bare bones. I'm thinking of like getting into it. I do have an idea of how I want to set up a raid alert, but I haven't really gotten into that. Yeah, I think perhaps a sound alert for raid could help. But I think just like having a better setup, because you do have a very good point that I very much do not need my Spotify open. So just like having a different setup, a place where I can see my chat and some actual like important information, something that's not going to be overwritten. A second, I open a Google tab. But then again, like if my chat becomes a bit more useful and a bit less empty, I may not need Google. So there's also always that. I do always have the option of just having my stream open, but not my like just having my stream open and using my Spotify overlay to see the song. But my issue with having my stream open is that I would rather not be having my view account constantly in view, because I don't want to hyperfixate on how many people are watching. It seems like a pretty bad mentality, or something that breeds a bad mentality. What chapter even is this in? Is it just in mass processing and I missed it? It is. It's right there. Guess I just overlooked it. Or maybe I thought it was a bit excessive at the time. But it pairs very well with the Vulcanus. And since it like has the same design, they are definitely created to be paired. Just like the EBF and the vacuum freezer. It do stand out a lot more with this casing pattern that like screams a bit more in your face. Because most of the casings are like more of a flat color with like a screw imprint. And when I say most, I mean like pretty much everything else. The centrifuge casings have a bit. These have like a little bit of texture. Mostly they are just like flat colors instead of standing out like that. But what they don't have in looks, they have in performance. Actually, should I make a extra energy hatch? Please. We need to. I'm just gonna wait. Maybe I'll run into a problem. Then if I'm still being too slow, I'll go for the extra speed. At the moment, it will prioritize the... Well, it doesn't even have perfect overclocks. So it would want it to just do the parallels, which it prioritizes as the very first. So yeah, it should be fine. If they're not being too slow, I'll add an extra energy hatch so they don't run down overclock. Or, well, I think the place where it would do the most difference is when it's running at EV and wasn't going to overclock anyways, and then it's not running the overclocks or most of the parallels Also, what the hell? Chinese fellow? Or whatever those letters are from. Hello, I guess. I can't read that, so... Hello. What's with the Chinese/Japanese? It should be in the stream title. I'm in IV. Is it not in the stream title? I might have forgotten it. No, it is. Suppose I just move to the next on my list. What's even left up here? Actually, like, that's not gonna be upgraded. Forge hammer. What even is the upgraded forge hammer? Industrial sledgehammer. Seems a bit excessive. Oh, hello, Striker. I've been expecting you for quite a few streams now. You said the very first time you I rated you that you were gonna tune in sometime. So I guess, hello. How's it going? I wouldn't really say that 800 hours for IV is speedrunning. I've seen that a lot faster. Like just PM here is in. Let me open the correct tab. Minutes played. PM is in EV at 400. He's definitely going at a faster rate than me. Oh, that's the jump boost. Let me go enjoy my jump boost though. I'll miss the jump boost, and there goes the animals. Warp is so fucking silly, man. What the hell even? But I'm even playing anymore. And also I'm doing good. Just finished my my cryogenic freezers, so it's one more bottleneck solved. But yeah, Striker, it's a pretty good chance that the reason why you're going slow is because you're running a challenge run. Like you said, you're doing LCR less, and probably some other things that I forgot. But yes, that is indeed is indeed an LCR. You don't have to puke. He's like turn around before you do that. You can puke once you see the amount of connections I have in these things. I'm running like the entire plat line instead of a single chunk. This is an extended plat line right here. Full platinum bulk processing. Inside of like one chunk with well, inside of half a chunk actually, with 4 chem reactors outside. It's currently my my magnum opus of cramming things together. I'm pretty sure for every single one of these chemical reactors I'm using every single block. Like, I don't think a single one of these chemical reactors has more than 8 casings. No, I'm not sharing maintenance hatches. That's a terrible idea. Besides, it's not like it's gonna give me more space. Because I'm already using like the central spots for machine casings. So if I place the maintenance hatches in the middle, it would just mean that I have to place two machine casings in the spots where the maintenance hatches were. But like going healing axis is not that much of a problem. Like healing acts is more just of a quality of life, while LCRs are pretty much essential for me. But no, I am not mixing maintenance hatches. It's a terrible idea. I guess my one machine builds up one maintenance issue, and then my entire block turns off. Well, Striker, it's not like I have any idea what I'm doing either. This is my first time playing the pack, same as you. Just learning on the way. Unfortunately, I don't have a ever helpful chat to answer every minor question I have, so I would argue that I'm in worse of a position in terms of not knowing what I'm doing. Perhaps I can compensate. Well, if your chat has ever answered one question for you, then that's more than... Well, actually, that's not more than mine. I have gotten some intelligent discussions once when I got raided by someone that actually had a chat. So I think I'm like on 5 questions answered by chat. Most of the time I just have to pull up Google midstream. Google is the only one that won't leave me behind. You edit your streams? Do you edit it like for Twitch or for something else? Could also just use the fancy method of just having your googling and your wiki on a unscreenshot monitor. That's what I do. Probably not the best idea, but that is what I end up doing. I don't have a screen capture. I just have a game capture, capturing my game. But I suppose I don't need to. I think the reason why I set it up that way to begin with was because I didn't want to just broadcast whatever noises my computer played onto my stream. I have actual like filters for that. But since I'm using an application capture, I could just do a screen capture with the sound turned off, and it would fill all my criteria. I see. Right, tungsten just takes takes forever. 200 seconds, Jesus. This is not 200 seconds per ingot. you doing Flatline at the moment? Exciting. Flatline is so silly. No, the Flatline is finished. It's been up for a while. Yeah, I missed a word or two in the sentence. My apologies. Yeah, Flatline has been up since the start of IV. It's the first thing I did. And I've been IV for probably, I think, like nearly 200 hours at this point. Don't have particularly much left. My cognitive ability is leaving me. I might have been here for too long. Been in the Quebec for too long. It's sapping me. What's the deal with bananas? Is that like a power source? Banana. So confused. I've been keeping up in the Strikeout lore. Let's see. So how's that going? Are the bananas viable? Banana. It's infecting me too. Banana mentality. Is finish already? What the hell? Why is my tungsten not finishing? No? Like, I saw it run the recipe. Did it get stuck somewhere? What? Oh my god. Actually, like, spelling things backwards at this point. Honestly, kind of impressive. Oh, tungsten is not even a thing. What? Am I losing it? Tungsten. Oh, it's because I forgot to connect the output buses. Yeah, that would be a probable cause for why it's not working. That's why I always say hopefully when I'm finishing a project, because most likely I've missed a thing. But as long as it's not a thing that's causing the machine to spontaneously explode, it's fine. I hope. So you're gambling your entire base off of a power source that doesn't seem energy positive. That's funny. I hope it works out for you. I would say don't overcommit to something that doesn't seem like it's working, but I don't feel like I feel like you'll probably not care and keep going just for the funny, considering that it very much seems like an ongoing joke that you're using bananas for power. So all I can say is best of luck. Don't let the banana demon bite. Gotta watch your banana intake. If you eat things like 1,000 bananas in 5 minutes, you die of radiation poisoning. So be careful out there. Stay safe. Imagine having a base that's radiated due to banana power. Sounds like a very fun way to die. Banana. Too much greed, too much banana. Frail human body just couldn't handle it. Watertight steel, do I have that? Banana-powered radiation. Banana-powered nuclear warhead. You just put a bunch of really compressed bananas into a bucket and throw it at your enemies. War is hell. Banana warfare. So is this a ABS recipe? Yes. We all hate ABS. Is this expensive? No, it's just in the ABS. At least it doesn't suck for any other reasons. Alright, so it's 20 worth, so do that, then set up my pattern, that into that, fluid extractor, no, fluid solidifier, and put it in like that, and this one in the ABS. Circuit 7. That's done. Then I need the rods and the frame boxes. This one is here and this one here. Do I have everything now? Seems so. You go on circuit 0. How about this one? Might not have molten Crisium actually. Let's see. It doesn't seem so. So let's set that up, shall we? Filling up in here. Need to do an expansion. Guess I just expand this one again. Oh my god. My ass cannot spell anymore. I think very hard about that. Am I using pattern capacity cards? The answer is yes, but I'm trying to minimize it because, from my understanding of how they they correlate, is that when you're using pattern capacity cards, it costs more energy per recipe, and then each interface has a passive power draw. So I think for my setup that has passive power production provided, that it's better to optimize it for passive power draw instead of optimizing it for active power draw by using a lot of pattern capacity cards, especially since it does seem to be exponential to a certain degree. the more pattern capacity cards you have in. But maybe I'm just like imagining all that. I'm not particularly knowledgeable about AE2, I could just have understood it wrong. How do you feel about 2.9, considering you've invested so much time into your existing multis? Well, I'm not really keeping up with the like the updates on 2.9. Not really sure what it'll bring. Last thing I heard about it was like, I think a few months ago when it said that there was a solution for I think it was circuit assembly line spam in the late game. There was a multi-block being added that will fix that. Other than that, I don't actually really know what 2.9 adds. But the thing, I can only look at the passive power drain. I can't really get a good estimate of the active power drain when something is running. Well, I can, but I'll have to remember it while something is running. I guess I can test it running these right now. So I'll need 14 of these. I need a recipe for that. With silicone rubber. I need another expansion here. It's getting pretty cramped. This one. Actually, one of each part. Thanks for the follow, TBM Striker. Appreciate it. Am I not allowed to call you out on your following? Sorry, I didn't get the memo. Doesn't it literally pop on my screen? I have it. I do actually have an alert for that one. Like, my stream was gonna out you like a few seconds after I did. Can't hide it, man. I guess let me take a look at as a power draw now. So this is an EU's. Look at how much attention you brought to it. You're literally the only one talking about it. You're the one. You're bringing more attention to it than me. But yeah, it wouldn't be the main net that's consuming more power now. It would be the subnet. Maybe it's just not that big of a difference. This should be the same subnet. The only things that would have a different power draw would be the other subnet here. Brave rewards to claim. I will set up channel point at some point. You can enjoy your emotes. I did set those up. It's the best I can provide for the moment. I'll set up some channel point stuff at some point. So much structure we work. Multi centrifuge next furnace, wire mill, mixer, boilers. When you say rework, you mean that like they the multis like work differently, or that they have like a different shape and have to rebuild them? Because if I just have to like make some small adjustments, then that's fine. But if I have to completely rebuild, then yeah, that's a problem. Okay, so it won't completely shut off my factory. Then yeah, you can post a link. It's okay. But most likely I'll check it out later, and that's just a short example. But then again, I do also have some time to burn right now while I'm just waiting for crafts. Oh yeah, I could imagine that, but no, I don't really have any bots right now either. The only moderation in chat is my silly ass. And besides, like all of the bot posting links are not posting them as like actual proper embedded links anyway, so it wouldn't work on those. That's like the only most of the links I get anyways. Yeah, that is a lot bigger. They just decided that the multi-blocks are too small and they need to be absolutely massive, like another solid half of the multi-blocks like these ones. So just not allowed to be any small multi-blocks left. But yeah, that new extruder is absolutely it's a lot bigger. Well, I hope I get into a position where I have the ability to make bigger rooms easier instead of making them manually. That would be nice. That being me getting the LUV manipulator Mark II, because this one has the ability to copy and paste, and I'm hoping that'll be my saving grace. But I'll probably still need to build some more rooms before then. I still have the schematics for it. Yeah, I think this is the one. It's like the schematic for this entire room. So just dig it out. Shouldn't be too bad if I have to build like 1 or 2 more rooms, but if I have to design a brand new one, actually I would have to do that anyways, because it's only a copy-paste tool. Then again, a mana manipulator is also like a building tool, so it would also help with placing stuff. But I like the multi-blocks when they're boxy, they fit in the grid nicely. Like this would not look nearly as nice and clean if every single multi-block was like this kind of shape. Take a look at that. Because like the mega multi-blocks, I definitely wouldn't mind if those were different. That does indeed look quite different. Did they move it up in voltage requirement as well? Because like the mega vacuum freezer is HV at the moment. But yeah, this thing looks terrible. It's definitely like the mega multi-block versions definitely need an overhaul. Extruder, like it was fine. They don't need to do all that. Please. But perhaps if my current machine will work fine, I can just kind of ignore its existence. Hopefully. But yeah, it seems to me that 2.9 is a pretty massive overhaul of the multi-blocks. Is that correct? Am I misreading? Fluid regulator as well, like goddamn. Literally one of each IV component. What the hell? So pretty much everything I've spent like the last month and a half building. Sounds great. Just like the jump to 2.9 is gonna be pretty fun. But perhaps I'll just like have them built at that point. I'll have to worry about it. I don't actually have Inconal 625. It's a ABS one. That's pretty annoying. Pretty damn annoying. Because I will just have to leave that as a fluid buffer now. Because it is... Like I was dreading the day when there would be a ABS recipe that I need somewhere in fluid form. I guess it's about time to upgrade my fluid cells then. No point whining about it. It's not gonna solve my problems. Get Invar as well. It's easy though. Can double that 2 times. So this one is circuit 5 and Invar was circuit 1. So mixer 1, pow, and ABS 5. Wapow. Then you need an assembler 17. It's always just something so random. Go in there. Then I need 4 of those. It's a lot of fluids, goddamn. It's also just a lot of stuff in general. Jesus. This one's like 2.5 screens wide. Alright, well it's gonna take a while. Best not dilly-dally then. Just get it started. It is actually the quest. I was expecting to need a fluid solidifier hatch to get the quest completion. So this is a bit of a pleasant surprise. Damn circuits does this need? Oh, 16 LUV circuits. Alright, I'll do it. Jesus. These are so expensive. Holy crap. Well, let's see how big the fluid shaper is gonna be in the update. Oh, it's not changed. Well, it's annoying enough already, so that's a pleasant surprise. Like when it gets this wide. I was hoping it would make it a bit more square. No. Most likely if they did change it, they would just make it wider anyways. Probably for the best. GTNH just gets harder and harder to beat with every update. Because considering the mortar blocks are bigger, I'm guessing they will also be more expensive in 2.9. There's a lot of craft still left. So what are you saying? That mortar blocks stop having like unique single-use casings? They're used for like barely anything. Also be nice if they made so you could recycle a few more of the casing types. Particularly for the precise auto assembler, because you need to like remake the casings quite a few times going up in tiers. Yes, I might as well get started on laying this out. So I was gonna face it in this direction. I think. So yeah, let's just start it with that. This should be the middle. So what I'm understanding of like the difference that a 2.9 is gonna bring is that they're making all the mortar blocks better, making them more necessary, but also making them terrible to craft. Because like it's already taking ages just crafting all these mortar blocks, like nearly an hour per mortar block. Slowly getting faster as I'm getting a more solid net of mortar blocks to do the crafts. So what you're saying now is that it'll be 2 hours per mortar block. Well, good thing I don't need to make them in that update. Probably hearing some complaints about it from others on the server. We'll just have to see. Because like if they're more expensive, it's just gonna delay you even longer. As for like when you're making them. It's not like they're gonna be any less useful. So the main reason, at least the main reason I'm using for why I'm making all these mortar blocks is just future-proofing. But how much is that worth when the future's looking bleak with all the mortar blocks changing? Okay, I guess I just gotta hurry up for 2.9 drops. Or just delay updating the server a bit if it's that bad. Why are all the things facing inwards? What? Doesn't make any sense. No, not updating isn't really an option. Like, first of all, this is on a server. Second of all, 2.9 brings some very useful late game differences that will hopefully, like, also, like, with each multi-block being better, they should be better for performance as well. Because, like, place blocks aren't gonna lag, but the ticks each multi-block has to do will lag. So if that's to do less because it's better, then, well, it will be better. So, like, the update is a definite possibility. Well, not a possibility, a definite reality. I'm talking about delaying, not complete prevention. This is also on a server. It's not my choice. I don't think the server owner will be in a rush to update. Especially if there's people saying that they would like a bit of a delay to prepare. But I suppose now that I actually know what 2.9 entails, I can prepare even now. And then I really just shove all the rest of these over here. Like this. And I fill the rest up with hatches. My output was there, I have my 4 starting solidify hatches there, so then I just commit hatch all over the place. My ass is not crafting extra casings. Honestly, the worst thing that could come out of the 2.9 update is higher multi-block casing requirements. It would be in shambles. Alright, how much time is left on these? Quite a bit still. Need to make a lot of circuits. Big fella. What would I even do after this? I guess I could maybe tackle the stab alloy project. But is there any more multi-blocks I need? Be nice to get them all out of the way in the same batch. Autoclave was one couldn't make until LUV. The polarizer, I think I could make this one. Does seem so. Do need some polystyrene though. I can just do a small manual batch. Because you really don't need more polystyrene for very many things. Considering I've needed it yet. It probably holds true a decent bit. You'd probably just get the styrene butadiene fast. Because like I've had that for a while. Just give me 2 stacks of cells worth. I think would be the easiest way to do this. So just put you back in there. Butadiene. Yoink. How long does that recipe take? Because I could just wait for my soon-to-be fluid solidifier to do this. It's a fast recipe. It'll be fine. It'll finish before the fluid solidifier is finished. Just the circuits now. Really wish I could. Actually, no, I could speed up the circuits through simple parallelization. And I probably will end up doing that because circuit production is so slow that it's definitely worth upgrading, and I cannot make a multi for quite a while. Circuit assembly line is very different anyways. Need like a complete rework of my system for that anyways. But how would I even do parallelization actually? It's not quite as simple as it may initially seem, because you can just do like a split along different things, because if the split is uneven, the recipe will get stuck and everything will break and the sun will explode. I'll have to give it a think, right? I'm just gonna go to the bathroom again. I'll be back. back. Still not done. Circuits really are slow. Should really try to stay a bit more ahead on crafting circuits. Just keep a buffer. Now as good a time as ever to start getting some these back up in buffers. Both of these are in the other circuit assembler, so they won't slow it down either. I don't really want to get into witchery right now. So I'll wait with the stab alloy. Guess I could just take a stroll around. Actually, first of all, how's this going? You keeping up? They are keeping up. So I don't think I'll need the extra energy hatch, at least not just yet. Let me take a stroll around. Let's see if Pansu has done anything since I last visited. Not really too online at the moment. I think I spawned in the wall. Well, this whole building wasn't here last time. Yeah, this is Pansu's base. It's pretty cool. It's like a big expansion. Work in progress. They're not. Actually, it's Pansu's and I think Neffield's base. Neither of them is playing overly much, nor has been online for 7 days. I don't think the water's supposed to be purple. There might be a bit of a air quality issue. There's windows in here now. There's no longer a hole in the ceiling. I think this is the same flooring that the PM uses as well. I guess it's a pretty popular choice. Factory blocks. That's a nice design choice. A glass divider. Right. Let me move along. Something else. It'll be like another 10 minutes, I think, before the circuits are done. So so much garbage lying on the ground around here. It's mainly due to there's like a breed of chicken around here that spawns roses. You can definitely see where they've been. They drop red dye roses and eggs. Yeah, this is Elv's base. He also streams this game every so often, not at the moment because he's busy with a different game, but he's there sometimes. Seems he's been doing some A2 autocrafting expansions. Most of these just unnamed. But I think if you don't name them, they take the name of what they're facing. Maybe he's just using that. Or maybe they're just unused, unnamed ones. Yeah, it's a lot of extruders, but none of the extruders actually have extruder shape, so no way he's using them. Guess just another work in progress. As we found what he's working on currently. What's this? Large thermal refinery. This thing's very thin. Is it meant to look like that? Yes. It is meant to be sitting down. He lifted it on the side. Looks very silly, I'm gonna say. Especially when it's on its side. Looks like a 3x3 that just got eaten by a chunk border. A maceration stack. What is this machine doing? Thermal refinery? That's thermal centrifuge. It seems to be some ore processing here. It's actually still going. Something looping there. No, I think it's just looping through the different filters actually. Why are there machine blocks in here? That's weird. Is this like a more advanced setup that like requests the machine as well for the recipe? Don't know. I don't have permission, so I can't actually open any of this to take a closer look. Perhaps I'll just ask him next time I see him. This looks to be basic platinum processing. I think this is titanium. Assign is indeed titanium. And he's got a clean room down here. He doesn't like having much space to move around. Anything different up here? There sure is. It's very different. What is this doing? All cracking units with copper nickel coils, bit odd of a choice. This looks like oil processing. Let's show what this block over here is. Actually, these chemical reactors are probably I forgot what recipe they're meant to run, but I think there's a chemical reactor involved. Setup. So this is like the oil processing, like from oil, then oil into. So I guess we could just take a look, see what the chemical reactor is meant to do here. A chemical reactor to desulfurize. That's the one. And then goes in the oil cracker, and into another distillation tower. That's what's going on here. This just looks like benzene. Surely my things are done by now. Stop dilly-dallying. Could always just like multitask and start a different project midway through, but I'm kind of feeling like just finishing up this flue solidifier multi-block and then ending stream. Already been going for quite a while. Let's see. Not done. It's crazy. It's doing. What's that? The IV circuits? Dang, it takes ages. How long does it take per one of these? God. It's So slow. How much time has elapsed in this craft? 30 minutes? Dang. It is quite a while. Still doesn't really feel right to end stream here, just to do this on my own. But I suppose if people don't want to watch, they can just leave on their own. It's not my responsibility to save people's time. So I'll stick around. Just to get this finished. Guess I can track the power, set everything else up. It does pose an issue that my CPUs are occupied. Not that much of an issue. You have 2 available ones. How many bytes is this actually? 66,000? That's the second craft so far. Most likely the third actually that's been needing the bigger CPUs that I made. Actually, one of my CPUs like 32,000 before. It was a very big expansion, going all the way up to 256,000 bytes. Hopefully that should be able to make do for a while. Yeah, I think I just had two 16Ks. So the Solidify hat just can't fit in that. Actually, yeah, that's not. I was looking at like the amount of craft staffs, not the bytes. It's only 19k bytes. So it's probably just been the one Vulcanist craft that was too big. Sure, it's taking a while. Why isn't it going? Well, just because it is crafting. Yeah, tungsten ingots take 200 seconds per batch. I need quite a few, it seems. For both of these. Just do a big tungsten batch. Tungsten steel and normal tungsten. Actually, I gotta wait until I actually have the CPUs. If I'm logging off after getting fluid shapers set up, then it is the best time to do it. So naturally I should make sure that I have everything first. But I really should only need the only need the fluid solidify hatches. Everything else I should have on hand. Suppose I could make extra molds. I think I might. while I'm not gonna be using the mold sitting over here. Actually, I could get the styrene butadiene. Finish that line. Yippee! Then I'll just flute extract them back down. That's a fast craft, goddamn. That's what I like to see. But yeah, now I should be able to collect all this. Just oil processing stuff, it seems. It's a bit too late for any of this stuff to actually be useful for me. The butadiene actually should be more valuable. But still, in that amount, probably not. But then again, a HV loot bag when I'm 2 tiers above, it's also not going to make too much of a difference. Finally, one of my transformers finished. Another one is also crafting. Now I can queue the last one. It shouldn't need tungsten steel, so it shouldn't take too long. So EV to HV, IV to EV, and LUV to IV. So LUV to IV, RV to EV, EV to HV, got that, set up this cable. Like that should just be fine. Getting more hasty with my double checks. There's gonna be an explosion. It will probably happen relatively soon, and then just the cycle will reset. With the heightened tensions of an explosion, I'll be more careful, and then goes restarts the cycle, goes back to the start. Pretty soon I should be able to start seeing some solidify hatches coming in. Exciting. Let me get those shapes. First, let me see if I have them already played. I have. Doesn't seem like I have any of the others as spares. Which I guess means that I should make a spare. So plate needs 1. Ingots needs 2. Block needs 2, and rotor needs 2. Well, need is a strong word, it's just what I want. I can make do without any duplicates. Duplicating a shape is so much easier than making a new one. Because you don't have to use the Tinker's Foundry. Tinker's Smeltery, that's what it's called. Like you need to make a... Well, I guess you don't need to use the smeltery, but you need to make a shape, which you have to do manually. So I know some very painful patterns. And I'd rather not do it manually or be in pain, so I think I'll pass. Oh, why is that borosilicate glass going into the fluid solidifier? What? How long has that been queued? Gotta push in that. Good. Lock. Mold. I need you. You. And you. Might be getting my first one in very soon. Actually, like at least to wait for 2 more. It's not that close, but still, it is still soon. These are even slower than the last. As slow as they are expensive. But still, like the main cost of these circuits is the uranium, which I do still have a good buffer of, and next thing I'm gonna do is like a passive source of uranium. So it shouldn't be an issue. But it should be like easy enough to make the biome for Stabilizer construct. I have the auto power needed for it. I even have the node. Just have to find out how to like do it at all. And then I make the biome, wait for one of the mobs to passively spawn in that biome, capture them, make a spawner, and then make a spawner multi-block and just have it running. Probably in my PDM. I think like my rule of thumb at the moment for what I put in PDM and what I don't is that things that require a draw wall, I typically try to put in the PDM, but if it requires a lot of multi-blocks, like a lot of power that I would rather like use at efficiency, I put it in the overworld, which is really just this one specifically so far. It easily could also have included the things called EEF, EEC, Extreme Entity Crusher. It's having to repair this is quite a annoying routine. It also doesn't need to run constantly either. I care more about the stab alloy breaking than the... What is this? Red cap sapper. Maybe I'll put the stab alloy in the overworld, especially since it needs so much less drops. Like this thing lags either. But alas, I will deal with that when I get there. Will not be today. Yo, finally getting them. It's been so long. Even get to watch one of them in action. Look at this. This high action gameplay. It's green, and then in a second it's gonna be yellow again. you craft already, man? Suspense is killing me. Oh my god, would you look at that? This is so exciting. Solidify your hatch. Whee! Very advanced structure. It is a input hatch and a input bus at the same time. It is most advanced technology. I don't know why it has to be this expensive. It's basic as all hell. It has no right to be costing 4 LUV circuits per. But oh well, what can you do? I'm not the one balancing the mod pack. It's done. It's done. Free at last. Just thinking of the naming scheme here. Okay, got it. So you are ingots. You are plates. Is it called a sheet? No, it's a plate. You wear ingots. We got look and rotor. Okay. Now to simply connect that up. Very nice, very nice. Then transmute the patterns. So first up we got plate. Just move them in selected batches. You I will multiply because you're long overdue for that. You're overdue for that even before like I made you. No idea how I got away with not having a pattern for something I use that often. It's crazy. We got block. And rotor. It's missing channels. Easy fix. Actually, I still need that pattern expansion card. And finally, at last, should be everything. Just need maintenance run to click the power button. 40 minutes since I placed like the entire multi-block. The solidify hatches are finally done. Jesus Christ. So let me start some circuits now. EV circuit. Just make 2 stacks of these. EV circuit. Make 1 stack. Keep it there. The 2 stacks will not be used for the 1 stack, and then I get some tungsten steel. And some tungsten. And damn, everything just kicking on at the same time. Beautiful pollution. Most beautiful part being that it's not polluting the atmosphere. Well, this chunk still is. Never actually did that. Let me just like leave a reminder. I'm not doing it now. Just like shove this in my inventory. That's done. Then for my reminder, I will do this. And then I will just leave the pollution here. Alright. But that's all for me. Been a 4 hours, damn. But yeah, I am gonna end the stream now. Oh, no, I'm European. I'm not going to sleep. It's like midday for me. I'm gonna like go be productive, go outside, stuff like that. But okay, I'm not doing this while there's a thunderstorm. Get out. But yeah. I will I'll see you all some other time. Take care. Leave a follow if you enjoyed. And as for the raid, I think I will raid MC Term. They raided me here the other day, and it's a good enough reason as any. Should also be playing GTNH as well. That's UEV tier. But yeah, the message got removed. Have fun over at MC Term. Take care. Peace.